Sir, can we wait for 2 or 3 minutes more to
Yes,
start the
yes,
session?
yes, I can.
At 10:05, we'll start with the session.
Okay.
Fine, sir. Thank you. CP Gupta, sir? Gupta, sir, shall we start with the session? Gupta, sir? Sir?
Madam, किसकी wait हो रही है?
No, we can start with the session. Sure. So shall we start?
Start.
Yes, sir. So dear participants, visualizing information can give us a very quick solution to problems. We can get clarity or the answers to a simple problem very quickly. So bringing colors to a flat boring data through visualization and learning the flame of learning, I, on behalf of IBMR IPS Academy and the complete STTP team, welcomes you all on the day 5 of our STTP program and the session 1, which we have our resource person as Dr. C.P. Gupta sir. Dr. C.P. Gupta sir, he is a professor of finance in the Department of Finance Studies, University of Delhi, South Campus, New Delhi. He is MPhil and PhD in Finance, Department of Commerce, University of Delhi. Worked as a professor in MDI Gurgaon and as a dean with Faculty of Commerce and Business, University of Delhi. Having 40 years of teaching and research experience, Dr. Gupta has published 30 research articles in international and national journals and 3 research-based books. He has also conducted various training programs related to accounting and finance for the organizations like NTPC, IBM Daksh, EXL, ONGC, PowerGrid, IFCI, Fortis Healthcare Limited, Trip.com. Dr. Gupta has consulted various projects and he is also a member of Cost Accounting Standard Board constituted by ICWI New Delhi. So welcome, we all welcome you, sir. Over to you, sir.
Allow me to share the screen.
Yes, sir. Sir, it is already allowed. I mean, you are a co-host of the meeting.
I was getting the message, host disabled participant screen share.
Sure, sir. We'll just wait. Just check. So please try once again. Are you able to do so?
I'm trying. Yes, now I can do that.
Yes.
Neha, who else are from your institution?
Sorry?
Who else are from your institution joining this session?
Sir, from our department, we have Dr. Mansi Kukreja with us and Dr. Dipti Shastri is with us.
I think Dipti was also there in earlier session, isn't
Yes,
it?
yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes.
Good morning, sir. Good morning. It's our privilege to have you back in phase 2.
But
good morning, sir. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Have you done any practice? Have you done some, example? Have you tried that? Dipti.
Sir, on those days, like on those 2 sessions, so we did a little practice, but after that, yes, I did not. But today I will do.
That's good.
Along with your session.
Participants will already share the database provided by Dr. C.P. Gupta. Please make sure to download the same so that you can have a proper hands-on practice with sir.
So friends, welcome to the session on data visualization and presentation, and a very good morning to all of you. Hopefully we will have wonderful time in this session. Let's start our day with God's blessing and with a lot of positive energy. And never forget, we have miles to go, long way to go, okay? And no substitute for hard work. And we have a long journey in our learning life, and we have to learn every day, okay? And that's the focus of our this particular session. We have to learn, get a lot of positive energy to continue with our journey. Let's have a lot of concentration and a lot of energy to work throughout the sessions, okay? So I hope all of you are ready with your laptops and whatever you are using, and files have been already downloaded, and you will work along with me. Okay,
Yes, sir.
great. But before we start, let's have a look at the following. The Einstein, hinting at the mind, and what comes to your mind. What do you think? What Einstein is trying to convey by pointing out a figure towards the mind? Any one of you guess? You can put your responses in the chat box, or I think the host can allow you to unmute and you can talk to me.
Yes,
But
sir, they can.
do interact, do give your reactions, actions, whatever you feel, and don't feel hesitation in asking questions. Anytime you can stop me, anytime you can raise your questions. But what is more important is understanding. If you understand, you can be confident about it. If you don't understand, you cannot be confident about it. Okay? Right. So, when I say what comes to our mind, I mean two things. One, plan, and second, execute according to plan. And this planning requires use of mind. And whatever you want to get done through a software, you must be clear in your mind what exactly you want to do and how you want to do it. Okay? If you are not clear in your mind what you want, what you can do, you cannot get it done by any software. And that's true with Excel also. You must be clear in your mind what exactly you want to do, and also you must know how can you get it done. Uh, Neha, people are saying voice is low. Is that so?
Sir, your voice is clear.
Okay.
I mean,
So I
Smile,
think
sir, is it, do you have any kind of like, for us, your voice is very clear.
okay. So Ismail ji, if you use headphone, I think you will get more clarity about the sound.
Yeah, sure, sir. Sure.
Ismail ji, what is your background? Are you from finance side or some other?
Sir, I'm from finance side, sir.
Okay, great. Are you teaching somewhere?
Yeah, I'm teaching in Gujarat University.
Okay. What are the courses you are teaching?
I'm teaching basically financial management, advanced financial management, investment management.
Okay, great. Great. I think these two sessions will be of great help to you, especially when you teach investments portfolio.
Sure, sure, sir. Yeah,
Okay. So anyway, what I was saying that if you know what you want to get done, you have to plan for it. And once you are clear with the plan, only then you can start executing according to the plan. If you do not know what you want and how you can get it done, you cannot get it done through software. And so that's a very clear message. And many times, we fail to get it done from a computer because we ourselves don't know how to do it and how to get it done through software. Computer has its own way of working, and we have to understand that way of working. Okay. So with this initial remark, we shall talk about data visualization and presentation, and that's full of challenges. Okay. And there are different ways of visualization, and graphs and charts are most important. And I believe that all of you understand how to make the basic chart, so I'm not going into that. However, we are going into advanced visualization. Okay, in that line of discussion, the most important is how to make your visualization dynamic, and that takes us to the discussion on dynamic charts. So for example, if you see here, look at the following sorry, if you see this, if you click on a company, you know what happens. You get the share prices of that particular company. Just by clicking, nothing else. And friends, we are going to learn how do we do this. And that's very important in the visualization because the audience which is sitting before you may not be, having patience to wait for you to make the graph and present it. You should be ready with it. Just click, give the graph. Just click, give the new graph. It is this dynamism in the graph we want to achieve in Excel. How do we do it? That's what we have to learn. So think how can we achieve such a dynamism in our charts? Our focus will be mainly on identify the objectives, what you want to present, and then identify the tools for providing visualization and analysis of the data. The problem in the objective, I assume you have before you, and we are going to learn about tools which we can use for visualization and dynamism of the charts. And in that regard, we shall be using a function, inbuilt function of offset, Excel inbuilt function of Excel, which is offset. And using this function, we will use dynamism in our, charts. Okay. So let's understand what is the offset function. Okay, offset means distance from a point. So Excel will ask you a point of reference or a reference point. From that reference point, you have to tell Excel how much distance you have to cover to pick up the data. That's the basic philosophy of the offset function. You have to have a reference point, okay? You have to tell the Excel distance, and you are going to tell the distance in terms of the columns and the rows. because if you see this spreadsheet, it's like this. So you have the rows, you have the columns. And if you identify a point, that will be in terms of rows and columns. So you have to tell Excel how much distance it should travel in terms of the rows and columns. In it, one may refer to the range offset from a specified cell or range by the number of rows and columns one may specify. This function focuses on a specific range and allows one to dynamically adjust this by defining rows and columns. Okay. Offset function allows us to introduce dynamism in our analysis. We can change our data dynamically using offset function and use it in cases where we want to change our charts and the tables dynamically. So if you want to change something dynamically, you can do that by using offset function. And that's the window for the argument of offset function. And it will ask for a reference point and how many rows and the columns you have to travel, distance, then how much height you need. That means number of rows for which you want to fetch the data, and width is the number of columns for which you fetch the data. Okay. So if you want to fetch the data from 10 rows in one column, then you will write height is 10, width is 1. That's how we use this. Reference is the point from which you want to base the offset. Number of rows up and down, you want the upper left cell to move, and that's the number of columns. Height, the number of rows that you want the return reference to be, and width is the number of columns. And let's take an example and see how do we can make the graph by using it offset function. So friends, get ready for the practice. There is a file with the name of dynamic charts practice. Open it up.
Open, sir.
Right. So let's first understand what exactly we want to do. Okay. We want to make chart of temperature day-wise. So like here, Wednesday, I make the chart, and if I change the Wednesday here, Tuesday, I get a different chart. So if I make it Friday, and you will find you get a different chart. So that dynamism we want. What is the tool we are going to use? That's my objective. The tool which you are going to use is offset. Okay. Offset requires what? Reference point and how much distance you have to travel in terms of rows and columns. That's another thing which you want to, which you should know. Okay. For example, if I give reference up, reference is your choice. You can give any point of the reference. Okay. I don't mind that. Suppose I select reference point as this. So normally from the point where the data starts, that we take the reference point. That's my normal practice, but you're free to pick up any reference point. Okay. Then suppose I want to pick the data for the Friday, then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It should move 5 rows. But how can I tell that? Look, you have to travel 5 times, 5 rows. Any one of you suggest me? How can you tell Excel that you have to move 5 rows, 5 columns if I select Friday? If I select Monday, it should move 1 column. If I select Tuesday, it should move 2 columns. But how do I know about it? Can any one of you help me in answering that question? And that's a very important question for all of us. Without that, you cannot proceed further. I must know how many rows I should, how many columns I should move to pick a particular data. Type the row number, but Ajay ji, if you typing the row number every time, then there is no purpose of automation and dynamism. Your purpose will be defeated if you type every time the row number.
Maybe, sir, can we do it by giving a range? I mean, I don't know. I'm just guessing it.
Huh?
Can we just define a range?
Range of what?
I mean, the rows or maybe the number of times it needs to travel, or maybe the columns in which those, let's say from C to.
How can I define the range? I'm not getting your name. Who is that?
That's Pooja, sir. I'm Pooja.
Okay. Anybody else? Anybody else? We have to look for a number. And when I say we have to look for a number, then Excel has a utility which is called lookup utility. And I hope you people understand lookup utility. So what I do is I put down here Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and put 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then I look up. Whenever I get Friday, I will pick 5. Whenever I get Tuesday, I will pick 2. Whenever I get Monday, I will pick 1. So automatically that number will be picked up. I'm not supposed to write the row number. Ajit, is that clear? Okay, so I need to define the lookup function, and how do we do it? That's what we have to learn. So what I do is I copy and suppose I take the transpose of here, I put here before them 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, then suppose I pick up one set of data, put it here, insert a chart. Suppose I make a column chart and I add the data labels. Okay, then I can change the colors of it. Just is that okay? Any question so far? I've not done anything. I've just pick up some data and make the graph. Now what should I do? Replace the data here in you are supposed to replace the data and that we can replace by using dynamically offset function. Okay, to have this offset function, what I need a day. Okay, so what I do here is I okay, can any one of you tell me how do we get this drop down list from where I can pick? How can we get this drop down list?
Through filters,
No,
Data validation.
pardon?
Data validation.
Yes, data validation, right. So by using data validation, you can make the drop down list. Okay, so I go to data, follow with me, go to data validation and I select the list and I give the source of the list. That's my source of the list. And now you see, you are able to create a drop down list. So one part is being done. The next part is whatever number we are having here, we should pick up the number corresponding to that. For that we use VLOOKUP. So we are looking for Monday from the data range, this one. We are picking up the data from the second column and we are saying that look for the exact match, that's false. Enter. Now see what happens. If I pick Wednesday, I get 3 here. If I pick Friday, I get 5. So I know according to my selection, how many rows I have to trim. So I'm ready for using the offset function. Okay, so select this. Okay, offset. Asking for the reference point. This is the reference point I'm giving. And how many rows it has to travel? One row, so that you can come here at 9. So one row down. How many columns we have to travel? 5. Height. How many rows we have to cover? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 15 height with one column, and it's a array function, right? In array function, we don't simply press enter. What we press for array functions, any one of you, please?
Sir, control shift and enter.
Yes, Neha, control,
Shift and enter.
shift, control, enter. You are done. Now you play with it. Monday, that's the chart you get. Tuesday, Wednesday. Now you achieve the dynamism. Is that clear? Any point in it? Any discussion? Any question? Any query? No. Let's do one more question. Okay, so see here, I have copied down the sales week 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, I can copy from here to here. Then I pick up one. Then I make a chart. Suppose I insert a, which chart you want to see? Suppose I want to insert a line chart. Then I put the data labels. Okay. If you want to add some color, so this was the design I used, and you can use this design, that's your choice, or you can format it, you can fill it with black color like this, dark color like this, right? Friends, what next I have to do? I have to create a drop down list here by using the data validation. And my list is this. So you can pick up sales 3, 4, like that. Then what you need a VLOOKUP to get what row or column you have to move. So I put VLOOKUP, and lookup value is this, table is this, second column false, 0 means false, and then you enter. Okay, Sales 1, you get this. Week 2, we get 2. Week 3, we get this. Once we are ready with all these prerequisites, now we are ready to define the offset function. Offset. Tell me what should be the reference point I should take. Suppose I take this as a reference point. Okay. How many rows I have to travel? 0. Because I'm not supposed to go down. I have to start from the same row. How many columns I should move? This column. Height, we have 5. Width is 1. Then we say enter. Now we are ready with this. Sorry. Remani मैं बाद में बात करूँगा, ठीक है? Now we are ready with it. Week 1, week 4, week 3. Any question here? Any doubt? Okay. That was the simple example, and I can have the complicated example as well. Suppose I want to do the market analysis of the companies, and for that I'm taking the face value of the share, beta of the company, and their market price, the Sensex, their market capitalization, their price earning ratio, and their price to book ratio. I just click on any company, say Urban Asian Paint, for example, and see what happens. Everything gets changed. And then, Ismailji, can you make out something out of this financial charts? If I click on Hindustan Lever Limited, all the graphs have been changed. And that's how you can achieve the dynamism. Okay. So that's the beauty of and at the back of it, I'm using the offset function and the data related to face value, beta, and so you can build up on different data sets by using different offset function. And see here, you get the return on equity, price to book ratio, price earning ratio, everything you get here. And what is working at the back of it? If I take you the address AD3, AN3, at the back of it, what is functioning is the offset function. See, I've used the offset function here. And for each one of it, you can prepare the chart. And this is the data from where I'm fetching the values. Okay, let's do one more important thing. Ismail ji, what is the index series analysis in finance? Index series analysis? Neha, what is that index series analysis, or also called the horizontal analysis, which is one of the tool of financial statement analysis?
Sir, horizontal means year on year trend analysis.
Yes. So in that case, what we do, we take 1 year as 100 and rest we convert according to that base year. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that's the data which we have for a company, which is the Colgate. Okay. So we have the Colgate Palmolive 10-year data, and then I have converted it into the index series by taking the first year as a base. Now what I want is I want dynamically charts of this. If you say I want chart of earning per share, I should get it. If you say I want the chart of number of shares in lakhs, I can get it. So I have to create a chart which can be changed in a dynamic manner. Okay. So how do we do it? Let me first pick up the one item data. Sorry. Suppose I put it here, make a graph of it. Sorry. I've copied the data. Now, which graph you would like to see? The line chart, the bar chart, which chart you would like to see?
Line chart, sir.
Line chart, okay. I add the data labels. I fill them with I can make it smaller. Okay, right. Once you have done it, what I need to change this data dynamically. Okay, so first I need to have a list from where I can pick up the data. This is the list. From where I can pick the data. that the list I have, and I give the numbers to the list. One, two, and this. And here I create a drop-down list by using data validation, list, source. This is my source. Now I ready with it. I can pick cash profit. I can pick total assets, things like that. Okay. What next I have to do is I have to use the offset function. And before that, you need to have VLOOKUP, because I need, the lookup value, which is this one. From which table I need to look at it? This table. I'm looking the value from the second column with 0. I get 9. So now I'm ready for defining the offset function. So it is asking for reference point, and my reference point is, say, particulars. Then how many rows I have to shift? How many rows I have to shift? That will be given by this VLOOKUP number. How many columns? 1. Height 1, because I need only data for the 1 year, and sorry, and how many width I need, I have not defined it. That's your 10. It's a 10-year data, so I have to redefine it again. F2, it's 10. Sorry. I think offset is 826. Is so 826 V47. Sorry, it's 10. don't know why it is not coming. Uh, just a minute. Why it is coming 100? 826 V47 10. Oh, that's V47. I think let me write this function again. Offset uh, friends, I'm sorry, I don't know what happening here. This is the reference I took, and how many rows it has to travel. That is your this number, and it has to move one column, and height is 1 and width is 10. I don't know why this is giving me 100. Okay, now it's coming correct. Now it's okay. You can see here sales is 100, 110. Other operating income, net profit. And if I pick the net profit from here, that's what we get. I don't know why it was coming earlier like that. And if you want uh, net fixed assets, that's this much. Is that clear? Any question, any doubt? Ismailji, I think you can develop some good charts and you can share it with your students while teaching some of the important chapters. You can just click and show that look how the things are changing for a particular company. Any question? Otherwise, we move further. Think how will you show such dynamic information, that input data you need, and how you'll design the same that you have to think and come out with the results. And you can also use the slicer feature of the pivot table. Instead of selecting a name, you can just click on that particular name and the result will be there before you. Pivot tables, I hope, are very powerful tables, and you can master them for doing things smartly in Excel. And we have to understand the concept of the filter. Ajayji, what is filter? Ajayji, what is filter? Hmm? Filtering is a process that refers to displaying a subset of a database that meets certain conditions. If one needs to focus on a subset of a data table, he or she can filter the data using certain conditions. That's what filtering means, looking for some data depending upon certain conditions. And there are several ways to filter data in Excel. One of them is slicer. Slicer is more visually appealing method of filtering data. Slices are particularly useful in making filtering process simple. Click, data is filtered. Click, data is filtered. Slices are very visual and easy to see exactly what type of filtering is taking effect. Like here, you can create different slices and different filtering just by click. And how can we create this? You go to analyze, and in that you will find an option, insert slicer. And the moment you insert a slicer, something like this will appear. But before that, you have to create a pivot table. Slicer is also something through which you can use the dynamism. So for a dashboard, create slicer as per the requirement. You can create multiple slicers using one table, and you may also create multiple slicers using multiple tables. Okay, that's what you can do. Okay, so now let's see how we can make use of slicer and pivot table and the graph. And of course, to begin with, first we will begin with simple example. Temperature data, that's the table which we have. I'm just copying it here again. Friends, I want to make the pivot table of it. How can I do it? How can I make the pivot table? Yes, suggest me. Insert, pivot table. This table is being selected, and I'm creating this pivot table here. Okay, I take hours here, Monday, Tuesday. I do it again. Let me make my job simple. For every column, it requires, what I do is I copy it, sorry. And if I take a transpose of it, suppose I select this and make the transpose of it. That the table which we have, and I make the pivot table, insert pivot table, and I add the location here. Okay. I take hours in column and all this, sorry, all the timings here, 7 to 8, 8 to 9. And you might be wondering why I'm doing it. Sorry. I think 6. Seven, 8, 9. Uh, uh, Let me not work with like this. Let me use my same app. I don't want to go into this complexity. I just define a slicer. I go to pivot table and existing location is say this one and write hours here and get the dates. And then click here, go to analyze and insert slicer, and I insert slicer for the hours. If you click on Tuesday, what you get? You get Tuesday, Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Okay? I take this slicer here. Friends, I hope you are able to understand this slicer. Okay? Now, the moment you click here Tuesday, what happens? In this cell, you get Tuesday, and that's your B68. So what I do is I just write here equal to B68. Now I'm through. So click on Wednesday and see what happens. Click on Thursday, what happens? Friday. So I'm not selecting, I just click on this slicer and I get the result. Same thing you can do here in this problem. Okay, I pick it. I take a transpose of it. So suppose I copy here and paste here. Then I insert the pivot table and define the location, say here, right? Then what I do is I go to analyze, insert slicer, day, okay? You can change the shape of it, design of it, that's your choice. I put it here and in the pivot table, I take day here. Now, see what's happening, sales to week 2. So the cell I'm changing here is C26. So I just write here C26. Everything is defined. See what's happening. Just by clicking, you can change the whole set. So what I'm using is I'm using a combination of VLOOKUP plus offset plus pivot table plus slicing. These are the 4 things I'm using to generate this kind of a graph. And that's what you can do. Any question here? Any doubt? Anyone having any question, any doubt? So friends, you have to learn VLOOKUP to have the dynamism. You have to learn offset function, pivot table, slicer, and then you will reach to a wonderful word where you just by clicking the visualization of the graph is changing. No questions? अरे कुछ तो बोलो, समझ में आया कि नहीं आ रहा तुम लोग को? Smile and Ajay, Dr. Tejinder, are you able to understand it or not? Don't hesitate because this is the time we can work on it. I don't mind if you ask me to take more examples, I can take more examples. Suppose I want to just copy it somewhere else. That's my net profit margin data. Okay, friends, do this exercise with me. Uh, so let's make a dynamic chart by making use of VLOOKUP and you know the uh, VLOOKUP offset function slicer and the graph. Okay, so what I do is I just insert a pivot table. I don't do that. I just copy it here. Company name. I think we can do away with the. Suppose I write here serial number of the company. One, two. Uh, Friends, do it along with me. You will enjoy it, I tell you. And the kind of enjoyment you get when you do something interesting and something fantastic. Okay, so what I do, I insert a pivot table, this, and I create the location, the existing one, say here. And in row, I take company's name and serial number, I pick it here. I think I can take serial number here. Okay, now I create a slicer. So go to analyze, insert slicer, company name. You can change the design of it. See what happens. If I click on ITC, you see serial number is also coming here. So now I don't need the VLOOKUP function. That will take care of it. Okay. So I go to, sorry. So what I do is I just copy one data from here, make a graph of it. I think I need to define a slicer here for suppose let me do it for only one period, and this is my, sorry, this is my net profit margin. Sorry, I'm sorry. Actually, I have to take not this data, I have to take data column wise. Because I want to make a chart for a company, not for a particular year. So I have to pick up this data like that. That the data we get, and now I insert a bar chart. Uh, Actually, I did a mistake. I took the March 10 data, but I need company data. Then you can add data labels. You can change the colors like that. Okay, so now we are ready for it. I put my slicer here. Okay, right. So here, whatever name of the company we have here, we will pick it up. And we will use the offset function here is equal to offset. My reference point is, suppose I take my reference point as this, then I have to come down now. The number of rows, which is 1, okay, then column moment is 0, and I need height is 1, and width is 11. I can check this. So now friends, I'm ready. Click on lesson. Sorry. A20. I think I did a mistake. B2, then B28. That's for Larsen Turbo. That's for NTPC. That's for Nestle India. That's how you can do it. But friends, it's all practice, and you have to do a lot of thinking before you do what you want to do. Okay, any question? If you have, just click here and you get the result. Click here, you get the result. Click here, you get the result. Click here, you get the result.
Sir, good morning.
Morning, Sakyatji.
Sorry to interrupt, sir. Actually, I'm just doing simultaneously with you. So I'm little bit confused after applying the offset function. So can you repeat the process of offset?
Okay. When I use the offset function, it will be asking for a reference point. And you have to decide what is the reference point for that offset. Asking for a reference point, and my reference point was in this case was this one. I took the B2 as a reference point. You can take any point, that's your choice, but I took B2. Okay. Then it is asking me how many number of time of the rows you have to go up and down. I need data from here, one row down from the reference point. Okay. So here we should write the number of rows which we get after filtering the data, that is 6, which is in B28. And now you can see it's 6. How many columns? I need not to go to any other column. I have to stick to this particular column itself. So my column will be 0. I will be reading one row only for each company, one row. So my height will be 1. And I will be requiring data for 11 years. So my width will be 11. It's an array function. You simply say Control Shift Enter, and that's what you get. Okay. Now you click on data steel, you get the result for data steel. Nestle, Nestle. ITC, ITC.
Sure, sir. Thank you so much.
Anybody else? Even if you knock it, I'm not going to stop it. We are not going to stop and shall continue to move ahead. And let's see what is the next challenge we are going to have. Okay. Now let's learn something very interesting and very useful utility of Excel. Okay. Let's take an example. Suppose we have the student's official ID here, MBA 2018 at abcd.ac.in, and the first letters before at the rate are the roll numbers. So I need a roll number MBA space 2118. Can you imagine? Can you tell me how can I generate this? What formula I should write? Many times what happens, you get a date 2021 03 18, for example. So what I need year separate, month separate, and day separate. How can you do that? Anybody guess? Ravinji, can you guess? Neha?
Yes, sir.
Anybody guess? How can you do that? We shall talk about a very important utility, and that is flash fill that is available under the option data. It's a artificial intelligence tool, AI tool of Excel, and in it, it will recognize your pattern and produce the results according to that particular pattern. I'm not supposed to write any formula. I have to write a pattern, and that pattern will be understood by Excel, and that pattern will be copied in every cell. It's a very, very powerful utility. No formula, nothing like that. You must know what is the pattern you are looking at from a particular data set, okay? And that's what you get. What does this utility do? This utility identifies pattern of the two adjacent cells, and Excel tries to, copy the pattern in the other cells. No need to write any formula in it. This is it. And there is a disadvantage of not writing the formula because the cells are not linked. So if you change something in one cell, automatically the results will not change. You have to refresh them again. That's the disadvantage of it. Okay. And if your data does not have a specific pattern, flash fill will not work. So two preconditions you have to keep in your mind. You should have a well-defined pattern which Excel can understand and do the job for you. And automatically changes will not be there when you use this flash fill utility. A database which may be numbers, names, or some other nature of the data, including dates. The only condition we require that the structure of the database should be uniform. Otherwise, Excel will be confused in identifying the underlying pattern. Okay. So you can separate the names like first name separate, surname separate without writing any formula, and but the pattern should be similar. And you can go to data flash fill, or you can make use of the short key Control E. Use the intelligence of Excel. The moment you write the pattern, Excel promptly give you suggestion and select the names. Quickly, it can do the job for you. So if I don't know, are you able to say it? You have the name, you have the first part of the name. If I just write Himanshu, right? And then you will find if I copy it, then see what's happening. Automatically, you will get the first name of the other in the cells. You have to simply click data flash fill. Okay. If you want to write the second part of the name, Rosaria, for example, just go to data flash fill, and that's the result you get. If you want first two letters of the name, just type first two letters of the name and you will find it is being copied.
Sir, we just have to mention in our first row whatever we want, and then we have to select flash fill, right?
Yes.
Fine. So that means, of course, we do have the database, like we at times we have to segregate the database as per the student's name and surname. So in this way, we can go for.
Yes. And I will show you when I take a numerical example and show you how do we do that. So please note that no formula is written. When the structure is not certain, then the result of the data flash utility of Excel will be unpredictable. So your structure should be well defined. Okay, that is a precondition. And you can work with date simply. Say for example, you have the date, month, year. I write 2020 and see what happens. The year has come. If you write date 21, 22, and then fill it, you get the date. If you write month, oh, and you get the months. Neha, are you seeing it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, in this video, I use the short key Control E to get the results.
Okay.
Okay, so this is not the end.
Now,
Let's play with this and do some work with this fletch utility. Okay, this was the example I was showing you. Okay, so first row, you have to write the pattern, right? After that, you go to data fill. Yes, and see what happens. Do you see it? Another example.
works.
Suppose, many times as a researcher, we have very big names of the companies, and it's very difficult to, have such a big name. So what I do, I want the first name of the company. So what I do, I write Adani. Okay. Right. Then you simply press Control E and see what happens. You are able to pick the first name of the company. And now you can use this name as a variable name for the companies. Do you see that utility of it? Suppose you don't want to write the word limited. Suppose I don't want to write the word limited in the name of the company, right? So what you write, I just copy from here. I want to remove the limited word from both. So I just write the name without limited word, and then you write simply Control E and see what happens. All the names are without limited word. No formula I'm writing. I'm just writing, a pattern. And that's the artificial intelligence utility of Excel. Okay. And that was the date thing I was looking at.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
Sir, can we use the flash fill for the initial of the company name, like Adani Port Company, so APC? No. Yes.
We can try with that. I don't know. Because many companies do not have three names, right? So the Excel will not be able to identify the pattern. But I can try that. So what do you want to write here? Tell me.
Sir, it's working. I mentioned just as per Adani APS, and
Just,
then I again get the command
just a minute.
Control E. It's working.
Just a minute. Is it working for every company?
Yes, sir, it's working for every company. First three letters APL, APS, APS,
APL.
SS.
Sorry.
अदानी पोर्ट एंड स्पेशल इकोनॉमिक का मैंने एस मेंशन किया था, तो वर्क किया उसने.
क्या किया?
APS. APS. Yes.
मेरे में तुम ही काम कर रही है प्लीज not working
नहीं
because this is not the same pattern.
Sir,
Right.
participants, please mute yourself.
Here it's working.
It's working, sir.
It's working now. Yes, it's working.
It's working.
I think you have to write the complete name. APSEL. That is you have to write. You have to write APSEL because you are using all the letters.
Right.
Then it will work. But you have to be careful about this because, you know, it is the judgment of the Excel. And if pattern is well defined, because in this case, pattern is not well defined. So there may be a problem. So you have to be very careful about it.
Sir, when I try doing, even if I write APS, then also the abbreviations of remaining companies, they come as it is. I did not write APSEL. I just write APS. Then also the correct abbreviations of all the remaining companies came.
But you have to check whether they are coming rightly or not.
Right or not, yes.
Because if pattern is something problematic. I tell you, suppose if I have a name like this, HTFC Limited, okay? Do you know what it's giving you? Do you see this?
Yes.
So you have to be picky. It's a very powerful utility, but it's dangerous also. And suppose you delete it from here, okay, the things will not be automatically changed because it's not a formula. And
so we don't need to go for paste special.
Yes, suppose this is the date you have. Suppose I write 2020, 2020, and suppose I press, you see what you get? You see?
Yes, sir.
Day 21, month 04. How quickly you can do that? Because many times, suppose you get a date like this and you want, I don't want this, I want April. I want this. Okay. How do you get this date? I want this date. Because many times I don't need the day, I need only the month and the period. How you will do it? So if I write 04 20 20. If I go to data, we looked at all the data next to your selection, didn't see any pattern. Okay, didn't see any pattern. Suppose I put it here, 0, 4, 20. No. You see it's not working here. If I write that, it's taking by default 1, 0. So you have to be very careful about writing the pattern. Be careful about it. Okay? It's a very powerful utility and you have to work with it, but work with, carefully.
Sir, we can merge two with the help of this.
You can do that.
Merging is again important.
Yes. Suppose I get like this. I want 20, 24, 21. Actually, I think I should change the here I write here but do you say this? I'm merging the dates. Nehaji, are you saying it?
Sir, yes, sir. So even I tried, but mine result was somewhere different. I got the exact dates when I mentioned in the format of 4/21/2020. I got the result, but probably the way I defined.
Suppose say for example, I got the first name. I just write here. I just write here Himanshu. Suppose I want the name in the capitals. Himanshu. Control E. All will come in capitals. I write the last name is Razoria. And if I combine them, okay, like Himanshu.
I tried, sir. हो गया.
Space.
हाँ. It's working. It's working.
But only thing is you have a well-defined structure and the pattern. If a pattern is not well defined, then what Excel will give you, you have to keep your finger crossed. Okay. Anybody else having any question? Then we shall have a break, and after the break, we will start with our own business.
Thanks, sir. So we'll be starting our second session by
12:15.
12:15. Fine.
Here, ये participant कुछ काम कर रहे हैं कि नहीं कर रहे हैं?
Participants, you have to be kind of responsive.
But I'm sure that they might be facing problem, but they're not coming out. But I tell you, this flash utility, slicer, offset, these are very, very useful utility, and you know, and it will help you in preparing your data, and it will also help you in, sharing the dynamism with the students.
True, sir.
So let's take a break, and after the break, we will
Fine.
come back and
So we all be meeting by 12:15 again.
right.
The feedback form for the session 1 is already being posted on the chat box. So please, participants, make sure to fill the feedback for this session.
Feedback form responses are not accepted.
Fine, we'll just check it once. Parallelly, sir, we are not ending up with the meeting, right? Meeting is still continuing and we'll be joining back again at 12:15. Just wait for a while, we are checking the feedback. You can try now. Link is working. Thank you, Leena ma'am. Gupta sir,
हाँ,
I mean, your screen is still visible.
मैं इसको ऑफ कर दूं स्क्रीन को.
Better, sir. We'll start again by 12:15. Right, sir. Done. So participants will be meeting again at 12:15 sharp. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Gupta sir?
नेहा 2 मिनट में शुरू करते हैं.
Sure sir, sure sir, sure sir.
Now we can start.
Yes sir.
Should I start? Or...
Yes sir, sure.
Okay. So friends, let's begin with and start with something interesting. Before we start, please remember, learning is the only thing the mind never exhausts, never fears, and never regrets. We have to learn and learn because by learning, you will never feel exhausted. We should always keep the following in our mind. I do, I forget. I see and remember. I do, I understand. Unless and until you do something with your hand, you will not be able to understand it. Anybody was trying to say something? Neha, who was that trying to talk?
Classes, there is no one. No one sir.
Okay. And a strong belief, I believe if we had a larger conception of our possibilities, a larger faith in ourselves, we could accomplish infinitely more. And as a teacher, as a researcher, we have a lot of so sorry. We have to believe in ourselves. We have a lot of possibilities, and we can do good job, and we can accomplish what is being said infinitely more. And as a teacher, we are always in a learning mode. So we have to learn, 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 and build our capabilities. And if you are building up your capabilities, you can achieve infinitely more. That's important for all of us. Okay, so any question, friends, before I proceed further? Anyone having any doubt? No? Great. So Let me start with a story. And I said, don't forget the story of a woodcutter and eggs. Okay. So once upon a time, a woodcutter, approached a merchant and asked for a job. The pay was really good, and so the working conditions. So he did a lot of hard work for his job. For those reasons, the woodcutter was determined to do his best. His boss gave him an axe and showed him the area where he's supposed to work. He worked very hard, and on the very first day, he brought 18 trees, and boss congratulated him and said, "Go on, you are doing well. You are doing well, my boy." Okay. Very motivated by the boss' words, the woodcutter tried harder the next day, but he could only bring 15 trees. After that, third day, he could bring only 10 trees. He was frustrated because he was doing very hard, putting all the efforts, but his productivity was declining gradually. So he was very frustrated and he went back to the merchant, timber merchant, and he asked me, when was the last time you sharpened your axe? Sharpened? I had no time to sharpen my axe. I have been very busy trying to cut trees. And that's the message. He went to the boss, apologized, saying that he could not understand what was going on. But the message the timber merchant was giving to him: get a time to sharpen your axe. Okay, friends. Many of the time we fail because we are not able to do our task because we don't have time for planning it. We don't build necessary tools for that, and as a consequence, the you know the task gets failed. So whatever you do, you have to prepare yourself for taking that particular job. And to do that job, whatever tools you need, you first master that. If you're not able to master the tools, if you're not able to sharpen your axe, you will not be able to cut your trees sharply, effectively, and productively. That's the message I want to give you through this story. Get your tools ready, get your tools sharpened. Once you are ready with your tools, you will do wonderfully good thing. Okay, so with this story, let's see what next we are going to talk about. The next thing which we are going to talk about is portfolio analysis and Excel. And those who are teaching investment, security analysis, portfolio management, they will be having, they will find it's very relevant. So let's keep our basics right about portfolio. And we define portfolio as a set of securities which are combined in some proportion. Okay. So if you combine some securities in some proportion, the resultant thing which you get is called a portfolio. All portfolios are evaluated in terms of risk and return, and that's what we get the return from a portfolio. Sorry. Think, yes, so I was saying that this is the return which we calculate, that the weighted average of the security returns, and that's how we get the portfolio standard deviation. Okay. I'm not going into details of it. I believe that if you have a finance background, you must be aware of these formulas. Okay, so the same thing I can put in terms of the matrix notation, because matrix notation, if you put it and you use the matrix operations, that is an efficient way of doing the things. Okay, so you have weight that's equal to W1, W2, Wn. You have the return R1, R2, and so on. And then the return, the weighted average return of the portfolio will be the transpose of the weight into the return. And the variance of this is transpose of the weight. This is your variance covariance matrix. And that's the weight. And we shall be using matrix operation in Excel to come out with the results. If you remember Markowitz's question, naive diversification, he said that by adding securities blindly in your portfolio, it is not necessary that you may reduce the risk. What is important for construction of a portfolio is the nature, the degree of the correlations among the securities. It is the nature and the degree of the covariances that determine the risk of the portfolio. And you have to be very careful about picking up the securities, because if you go on adding blindly securities in your portfolio, it is not necessary that you are diversifying away your risk. Smiley, am I saying right? And we know that if as return is if the correlation is moving towards negative, even if you get the same return, but your risk.
Yes, sir. True, very true, sir.
So as the correlation among the securities go on declining, then you will find the portfolio risk is reducing, and the best result you will get from the diversification if you find negative correlations in the securities. नहीं दे देना किस समय तक मेरी 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 अभी क्लास चल रही है, तो कुछ आके दे दियो या उनको बुला दियो. Okay, so as you I'm sorry, as the correlation decreases towards -1, you will get the diversification gains, and I hope you people understand what I mean when I say diversification gains. Then when we search for optimum portfolio, we apply a principle which is called mean variance dominance principle, and this principle gives me efficient set of portfolio. And you can generate efficient set of portfolio if for the same or more expected return, a portfolio is giving same or less risk. Then it is said to be efficient portfolio. Or for the same or less risk, a portfolio is giving more expected return. What I mean the following. Suppose I'm measuring here the risk and the return. If I'm considering two portfolios A and B, same return, A is giving you lower risk. So I will say A is dominating B and B will not appear in my portfolio. I will always go for A. If you have a portfolio A and C like this, for the same risk, C is giving you more return, then C will dominate A and A will never appear in your portfolio. You will get C in your portfolio. So I'm applying what is called mean variance dominance principle. Mean is the return, variance is the risk. And by using it, I'm coming out in, finally, a curve which is called the efficient frontier. Okay. But before that, we have to remember an important theorem, and that is that your minimum variance portfolios, and if you cut it from here, the upper part of it will be your efficient portfolio. And we have a very important theorem that says, if two or more portfolios from minimum variance set are combined, then the resultant portfolio will also be minimum variance portfolio. This is a very, very important theorem that will help us in building up efficient portfolio. Okay, so if you have portfolio 1, portfolio 2, both are minimum variance portfolio, combine them by some weight, whatever you want, the resultant will also be a minimum variance portfolio. And by that, you can generate an efficient portfolio like this. And to pick the optimum one, you have to introduce the preference curve of the investor, and where these are tangent, that point will be the optimum portfolio point. And since every investor is having different risk return trade-off, every investor will get different optimum portfolio. Okay. The challenge which we are going to handle here is the following. How to get mean of a portfolio, variance of a portfolio, and how to get, efficient portfolio. Ismailji, what are the tools we need to get all this thing? What are the tools available in Excel for all these three? And those tools we have to learn. And don't forget, if you are not sharpening your tools, you may not be able to do the job effectively. Anybody? Deepthi, can you try? Praveenji, can you try? Okay, I tell you what we need. We need to work with matrix operations. Okay, we need to have a covariance matrix. We need to use solver to get the optimum portfolio. And then how to generate efficient portfolio. And finally, how to draw the graph. Friends, give me a minute. Somebody has come, so I have to attend him. Just give me a minute. I will be back.
Sure, sir.
Hello, are you able to hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So what I was saying that I don't know. Just a minute. Hello. अमन जी मैं थोड़ी देर में कॉल करूं तुम्हें कोई अर्जेंट तो नहीं है काम है So we have to learn about matrix operations, how to get the covariance matrix, how to use the solver to get the efficient portfolio, and then generate the efficient frontier. All those things we have to learn, and then finally we will come out with the efficient frontier. Okay, so let's go to Excel and see how can we do this exercise. And while doing that exercise, I will be telling you how to do those operations and do you see this curve? And this is the curve we want to generate because that's an efficient portfolio. How we are going to do it, that's what we have to learn. Is that okay? And to begin with, we shall work with the two securities, and then we'll work with the other securities. So friends, you can get the average return of ITC Limited and Infosys. That the average return which we get, and average return for Infosys Limited, and then you can get the standard deviations. If you want it in terms of percentage, I can give you in terms of percentage. And the standard deviation of the sample of the ITC, standard deviation of Infosys. And that the correlation between these two, that's how we get the correlation. If you see here, okay, you can give the weights as you wish. Suppose I give a 60% weight here, then this will be my 1 minus 60%, 40%. Okay. Any question so far? Straight away things, no problem. Okay. Now let's see how do we get the return. I will be using matrix multiplication. If you remember, the formula was transpose of the weight into the return. And that's how we get the portfolio return. So I use MMULT, that's for matrix multiplication. And please do along with me and note down the command so that later on you did not find any problem.
सर आप थोड़ा सा स्लो रखिए ना, क्योंकि जब तक हम उधर आ रहे हैं आपका आगे आ जाता है.
ठीक है, I'm holding it.
Sure, sir.
Praveen ji, Ismail ji, do along with me. I'm not in a hurry.
So weight हमने random अभी as per our choice we had mentioned it, right?
Huh. But you can also get the optimum, what you want. Great. Praveen ji is doing. What about Saket ji? Saket ji, आप कर रहे हैं कि नहीं कर रहे हैं?
Yes, sir, I am doing.
That's great. So let's take matrix multiplication, and matrix multiplication is multiplication of the transpose of the weight and the return. So you have to first take the transpose. So you write transpose of the weight and then multiply it with the returns. It's a matrix multiplication, so you have to press shift control enter. And that's the return which we get.
एक बार सर ये वाली कमांड प्लीज फिर से बताइएगा, कहीं कुछ मिस हुआ है, आंसर नहीं।
दोबारा कर लो। Matrix multiplication, MMULT,
यस सर।
transpose of the weight, transpose of the weight, comma, return, okay, shift control enter. That's the return which we get.
Formula is missing an opening and closing parameter. Bracket close नहीं किया।
Are you getting this? There is some problem in it. Is that clear?
वैल्यू नहीं आई सर।
क्यों नहीं आई? शिफ्ट कंट्रोल एंटर करो।
हाँ वो किया, वापस से कर रही हूँ। अपना मैट्रिक्स मल्टीप्लिकेशन, ट्रांसपोज, ट्रांसपोज के बाद वेट वाली वैल्यू सिलेक्ट करिए, कॉमा, देन सिलेक्टेड द वैल्यू फॉर एवरेज रिटर्न। ब्रैकेट क्लोज करना है यहाँ पे हमें।
हाँ हाँ करना है।
ब्रैकेट क्लोज, shift control enter. You have entered too many arguments for this function. एरर आ रहा है बार बार, क्यों आ रहा है नहीं पता।
स्क्रीन शेयर करके दिखाओ।
यस सर।
Anybody else is facing problem?
सर विजिबल है स्क्रीन?
मैडम एक ब्रैकेट,
वो कहीं और अभी क्लिक कर दिया।
ट्रांसपोज के बाद ब्रैकेट नहीं लगाया तुमने? ट्रांसपोज के बाद ब्रैकेट नहीं लगाया था?
ब्रैकेट में फिर हमने लगाया ट्रांसपोज।
हाँ।
अच्छा, ट्रांसपोज में इसको ब्रैकेट क्लोज,
इसको ब्रैकेट क्लोज करो, कॉमा,
राइट, कॉमा, रिटर्न, अगेन ब्रैकेट क्लोज,
यस, शिफ्ट कंट्रोल एंटर,
कंट्रोल एंटर। आपकी भी यही वैल्यू आ रही है क्या? नहीं
नहीं, फर्क आ रहा है। परसेंटेज में लो, इंक्रीज करो डेसिमल पॉइंट।
वेरिएशंस आ रहे हैं। ये वैल्यू बल्कि मैच है।
ऊपर दिखाना वैल्यूज क्या है। एवरेज रिटर्न पे क्लिक करो, नीचे क्लिक करो। मैडम दोनों ठीक है, और ऊपर एक सेकंड क्लिक करना, एवरेज की वैल्यूज तो ठीक है। डेसिमल प्लेस बढ़ाना,
इसका डेसिमल प्लेस बढ़ाओ
और बढ़ाओ। मैं चेक कर लेता हूँ, आज गलत होनी तो चाहिए। बस दूसरे का भी बढ़ाओ। Anybody having a different result? तुमने देखना है, एक सेकंड रिटर्न पे जाना, पोर्टफोलियो रिटर्न पे, पोर्टफोलियो रिटर्न पे, पोर्टफोलियो रिटर्न पे
पोर्टफोलियो रिटर्न पे, यस सर,
क्लिक करो।
फॉर्मूला। एक बार और फॉर्मूला लगाओ।
क्यों फर्क आ रहा है? मेरे को तो समझ में नहीं आ रहा।
रिटर्न का वैल्यू शायद सही मैच हो रहा है ना,
हम्म,
रिटर्न की वैल्यू मैच हो रही है।
एवरेज रिटर्न में फर्क आ रहा है।
रिटर्न में चेंज आ रहा है। एवरेज रिटर्न अगेन हमने
5-6 आ रहा है।
एवरेज रिटर्न हमने A2 से जहाँ तक का डेटा है उसका एवरेज लिया है ना।
नीचे तक कहाँ तक जा रहा है तुम्हारा?
A10 देख लेंगे सर एक मिनट।
नीचे तक करो, कंट्रोल
जी, A1027 सर।
रिजल्ट तो सही आ रहा है।
फॉर्मूला अगर सही लगा है, हो सकता है वैल्यूज इधर उधर हो रही है, तो एक बार और अपन ट्राई करते हैं, आप जब तक आगे बढ़े।
एक सेकंड, तो पता नहीं मेरे को क्यों फर्क नजर आ रहा है।
एक बार और मैं सिर्फ एवरेज ही।
Anyway, I think we should proceed.
Yes, sir.
You are not able to understand. There is a minor difference in it.
Value. Conceptually, it is clear. So that's what I said.
So let me share my screen.
Yes, sir.
Friends, anybody else having any problem? Now let's get the standard deviation. But before that, I will be calculating the variance, right? What is the formula for the variance? What is the formula for the variance? इस्माइल जी, वेरिएंस का फॉर्मूला बताओ. Then you can take the square root of it to get the standard deviation. What is the formula for the portfolio variance?
W1 square sigma 1 square.
Okay, W1
Yeah, W1 square sigma 1 square
plus
square.
W2 sigma 2
W2
plus 2
square.
W2
R W1 W2 sigma 1 sigma 2.
1 and 2. Okay, that's the formula. I put that formula here. Ismail, are you getting the figure which is different from me for the return, or is it same?
Sorry, sir, I am not in a position to do simultaneously. There is some issue in my machine, sir.
Praveenji, do you get the same value, 0.00179%, or?
No, sir, slightly different, sir, slightly different.
I don't know why that difference. Anyway, SQRT square root of the rate into standard deviation plus second rate into standard deviation square plus 2 times rate 1 into rate 2 into standard deviation 1 into standard deviation 2 That what you are getting? Are you getting this standard deviation?
That
Sir, please repeat the formula once.
That's the formula which I have given. That's your G8. That's your H2 square, G9, H3 square, 2 times of G8, G9, H2, H3, and correlation. Is that clear? This is my daily data, daily return, and daily standard deviation. How to analyze it? How you'll analyze it?
Multiply by 252.
Okay, assuming 252 working day, right? But normally we take 250. Anyway, it depends how many working days you are taking in a year. Suppose I take 252 as suggested. That's my annualized return and standard deviation
Same, so multiply by 2.
multiplied by
Dixon Technology sir, India.
Yes.
Ravinji multiplied by
Sorry, sir.
Neha multiplied by what? Square root of 252. That's the standard deviation. And now what you can play with it. Suppose my correlation is negative. What happens? There is no impact on the return, but your risk has come down. Okay, you can change the weights. If you make it 30%, the return has gone up, the risk has also gone up. And if you make it 10, the return has gone up, but the risk has also gone up. Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
Any question up to this point?
Sir, how you got the analyzed?
multiplied by the number of working days. And I'm suggested you take working days as 252. So daily return multiplied by 250. Standard deviation is a squared quantity, so I'm multiplying it by square root of 252. That's how we are doing annualization. Okay. Now, what we want my risk should be minimum. My standard deviation should be minimum by changing weights. Okay. But what should I do? Any constraint on it? Any constraint on it? Ismailji, do when you minimize your risk, any constraint on it? Neha, when you minimize risk, do you have a constraint or not?
Sir, I mean, concept may possible kind of a return sort of.
Yes, because you can optimize your risk subject to a given return. It's not that you minimize your risk. If you minimize risk, that will be zero. The best
Right.
decision in that case will be no decision. Diversification means you are getting minimum risk for a given level of return. That's what we are going to do by making use of solver. So I go
Fine.
to solver, data, solver, and what I'm doing is I try to minimize my annualized standard deviation, which is an indicator of the risk, by changing this cell of the weight subject to the constraint, and that constraint is my return should be at least 0.015%. I've taken it arbitrarily, right? You can take any one, you will get another optimum portfolio. I just took this. Okay. Then you say okay. And then you say solve. And that's the solution we get. So if you want a return of 0.015, in that case, the minimum risk portfolio will be one, which is having the weight of 21 and 79%. What is this portfolio will be called? How you will name this portfolio? What is this name? What is this portfolio? Can you name this portfolio? This portfolio is called efficient portfolio. Is that clear? Is it okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any question? Because these are the basic things which we are applying for the two securities. We can generalize it for more than two securities, in fact, for any number of securities.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
Sir, can we say that solver is such kind of thing where we can apply a reverse mechanism to get the optimum portfolio?
Reverse means?
Means already we have a return, already we have a risk of the portfolio,
Right.
but we don't have any optimum portfolio.
Right.
So you have applied the solver as a function and
Right.
got the result as an optimum portfolio on the given data which you have already calculated.
I won't say optimum, I will say efficient.
Efficient portfolio.
Why I'm saying efficient? Why not optimum? Hmm? Because this point is the optimum point. The best point for the portfolio for the investor. And this best point depends upon the risk return trade-off, which we do not know. What we are doing, we are generating different efficient portfolios. This, 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 this. For a given return, I'm trying to get the minimum risk so that I generate efficient portfolio. Then we will give this efficient frontier to the investor, and investor, depending upon its his or her appetite for the risk and return, he can select the best. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Anything else? Anything else? Okay, so friends, we have the prices, and from these prices we got the return. Okay, and I think we should get the simple return. Minus 1. So we get the return. And from this return, we want to create the portfolio. Now I'm little slow, and so how to get the average return? Average and from the return sheet we pick the okay, so I can put it in terms of the percentage. Then average for Eicher Motors. Then average for ITC. What I do is I copy here. Average for the ITC. Then average for Infosys. Please do along with me. Then, sorry, this was Infosys here. Then I get here NTPC. I get Nestle India Limited. Then oil. Then Reliance Industries. Then Tata Steel. Did you get the average? Have you got the averages? Have you got these averages?
So working almost. We can move forward.
करो averages calculate करो. Done? Is it done or not? Tell me.
Yes, sir.
नेहा बाकियों का क्या हाल है? कोई कर भी रहा है कि नहीं कर रहा है? Saket, Praveen. Okay. So we got the average return, then we need the covariance matrix. And to get the covariance matrix, we will be using inbuilt covariance matrix function available in data analysis. So I go to analyze data. Sorry. Go to data, data analysis. And in that you will see the option of covariance. Select this. Then my input range is, you take with the name so that, it gives you with name, but don't take the Sensex into it. Take up to Tata Steel. So from B column to K column and group by labels, columns in my output range is, say, N1. And then say, okay. And you will find you got the results. I can reduce the decimal point. Is that okay? The covariance matrix is fine with you? We have a problem here. It's a Excel gives me the lower triangle, but I need to fill all these gaps to get a complete matrix. And that part you have to do manually. Copy, paste, that you have to do.
Okay.
So I use the eraser. Okay, so what I do is I copy from here. You copy from here and paste here by taking transpose. So I paste here as transpose. And friends, if you want to transpose quickly, you can use the combination Alt plus V plus V, sorry, Alt H plus V plus T. If you use this combination, you can get the transpose. Then I need transpose of it. Control C, Alt H V T, and you get the transpose. Then I need this. Control C, then Alt HVT, copy from here, paste here, Alt HVT, copy from here. You have to complete this matrix. Finally get this. Is that clear? I need to have, the complete matrix before we go ahead. To use it again and again, what I do, I name this matrix. To name this matrix, you select the matrix and just write here. Suppose I write Met COVID. I'm just naming it because going back again and again to refer to this particular part, that will be a problem. I just remember it by name. So go to this box here and I just write mat underscore co, enter. And I will be using this one, this name. This is my matrix return. I give it a name, RET return. And then I need weight. So let me put it like this, 12%, 13%, 15%, 20%, 18%, 5%. I'm just putting some arbitrary numbers here. Follow me. And sorry. The last one should be 1 minus sum of the all others, so that my total remains 1. And I'm reducing it to 15%, 8%, 7%, 10%, 10%, like this. All weight should be positive. And I name this matrix as WT. Sorry. I name it as WT, the weight. So I use the term weight. I think I've already defined it. Let me check. Go to formulas, name manager. Yes, weight is already defined here. That's already defined, so I need not to worry about it. So I got the weights, I got the returns, I got the covariance matrix. Now I'm ready. Any problem till now which you are facing? Now everything is done, so we are through.
As such, sir, it is clear. Participants, do we have any problem? Anyone?
Okay. Now, Neha, do you remember what was the formula for
Yes, sir.
calculating
Matrix multiplication, transpose,
transpose,
then weight,
weight,
then return,
and net return?
that's it.
So I have named them. By naming them, I need not to go back to the data again and
Cell.
again. So that saved my time and I become more efficient. Shift control enter, that's the return which we get. Okay. How do we get the standard deviation? The standard deviation is, okay, what I do is, let me add variance here. And once we get the variance, then we can get the standard deviation. So variance is equal to weight transpose covariance matrix. Wait. So MMULT transpose of weight. Again, I have to multiply with mat covariance with weight, bracket close, that's the variance. And to get square root of it, that's what we get. Any question up to this point? That's for one portfolio, but I have to generate efficient frontier. And don't forget that theorem that says that if you have two efficient portfolios, a combination of these two portfolios will be again an efficient portfolio. So I need to generate two portfolios. If I do that, then I can generate the other portfolios. Okay. To get those two efficient portfolios, what I do is I take a solver and I would like to minimize my variance by changing these cells. Don't include the last one because last one is the residual. And I'm adding a constraint that this return should be more than equal to say 0.025%. I've just taken it arbitrarily. Then you say okay, solve, okay. So I have to put a constraint and the constraint is, sorry, it's coming to be negative. Negative is not allowed. So I have to put a constraint that the sum total of it should be 100. Okay. So I just add one more constraint here. That is this should be, sorry,
Tata Steel should be positive.
pardon?
Tata Steel should be positive.
Yes, it's coming to be negative. So I have to put a restriction. What I do is I make it 26% and I make it 4, I make it 2%, I get 100, right? And, don't write that formula, just write the value there. I just put the 2% here. Now I can put the restriction. Now I can go to the solver, data, solver, and I have to add one more constraint, and that is this should be equal to 1 or 100%. I have to put that constraint. Okay, solve,
But sir, in that case, you have to include the Tata Steel 2 in changing variables.
Yes, you are absolutely right. So it should be now 24. Yes, you're right. Thanks for bringing it to my notice. Then now I say solve. That's the solution we get, right? So I take these weights, copy for the portfolio one, okay? Then let me generate another portfolio by taking this time different return. Suppose I take it as 005. I think let me take something different. Uh, Let me generate another change, and suppose I put it here 05. That's the another portfolio which I get. Then what I do is I calculate the mean and the variance of these portfolios. How do we get the portfolio mean? That will be equal to MMULT transpose weights and then met return enter. So I convert it into percentage. And then second one is the variance. How do we get the variance? Is MMULT transpose weights. Weights are these. Again, MMULT met covariance and weights. And then you take the square root of this and you get the standard deviation. That you can take in terms of percentage. Now you can copy it here. In fact, you can copy others also. Okay, I take a pause here and I want to know whether are you able to create these portfolios? Anyone finding any difficulty in creating these portfolios? If you don't do it along with me, you will find a problem.
So बीच में कहीं ब्रेक हुआ है? No issues. Will continue. I mean, I'll complete this process. तो लास्ट का थोड़ा सा ब्रेक हुआ है तो फिर वो अब छूट गया.
करो 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 करो. You have to generate any two portfolios, and by using that theorem that says you can create portfolios by, you can create portfolios by generating combination of the two portfolios.
Sir, can you share the worked out sheets with the participants?
I will share. No problem. I will share the sheet. Anything else you want?
Thank you.
If you're not able to do along with me, at least note down the steps which are involved in it. Okay, so now I need to generate linear combinations for different values. Suppose I start value with 0.01 and I add into it this plus 0.005. If I copy it, I can copy it to any length. The more point which you generate, you will get better efficient frontier. And I'm not to do anything except the copying the formula. Okay, so I go up to this because one is already there with me. So I just remove that. Have you put down these weights in a particular row? That's portfolio 2, and you will extend it. You are going to generate a number of portfolios. 200 portfolios we are going to generate. You see the last one, it's a 200 portfolio. Okay, so now let me generate the first. So what I'm doing is I'm assigning a weight of this. Freeze it because when I copy it should not change into this plus the second portfolio weight, freeze it into 1 minus weight of this. So I should not change the row here. Row here. Row can change here. Row can change here. That's what we get. What I'm using is this is my W. So portfolio 1 weight E1 into W plus portfolio 2 weight 1 minus W. And row of this should not change. So freeze row. And column of these two should not be changed. So freeze column. If you do it, then you will get the result. Friends, now I'm done. I've just copy paste, nothing else. These are you just copy and paste here. What I do is now I copy all these and paste here. Just copy paste, nothing else. Then I need to make a portfolio of portfolio mean with portfolio standard deviation. Insert make a scatter plot. Some changes have to be made here. Uh, it should be have to I have to add the series name. My series name is portfolio me. X values are my standard deviations, are my X values, and my Y values are mean. If I change this scale, three, 5%, 0.035, look at 9, and border that is the efficient frontier which we get. You can change the title of it. You can put here efficient and that's how you will get it. Neha, I don't know whether you are able to get it or not.
So at present not, because somewhere left, one step left, that means
What is
there's
that?
a start. So we'll do, but surely, that for sure.
What is that? What step is left?
So prior to this only. In between, actually got some call also. So one skipped, so that got skipped.
But I repeat, what is the step we are doing? First, calculate returns and covariance matrix. This you can get from data analysis covariance option. And this gives you the lower part of the matrix. So you have to complete the matrix. And friends, don't forget to name the matrix to make your job simple. Name your average matrix. So once we are done with this, then third step is you define weights. To begin with, take any arbitrary weights, calculate mean and variance using the formula return and transpose of the weight covariance matrix and the weight. Once you are done with it, then Fourth step is calculate the mean and variance, and then calculate efficient portfolio using solver, and get two portfolios. And once you get the two portfolios, put them together and take their linear combinations by assigning different weights. So you have a portfolio 1, you have a portfolio 2, give it a weight of say 0.05, say 6, for example. This will get a weight of 1 minus 0.06. Calculate the mean and the variance, then you make a graph with the mean on y-axis, the standard deviation on x-axis. If you do all this, then you will get this nice efficient frontier. Okay, and this you can while drawing it, what you have to do is you have to make use of a scatter plot. Use this scatter plot graph, not any other graph. If you use line graph, you will get, hodgepodge kind of a thing. I show you. If I change the graph type to line, see what happens. You will get very awkward behavior. So best is you use the scatter. And if you want, you can make it nicer. You can take 15, you can reduce the size, and that will be. So there I think this people can practice it. Without practice, nothing is possible. I've made myself clear about all these steps which are involved in it. Things are really complicated. It's not that simple. You apply a formula and everything will follow. It's not that. It takes steps after steps. And once you are comfortable with those steps, you can generate efficient flow. Okay? Right?
Yes, sir.
So trust that you may be able to understand Excel and leverage Excel for portfolio and data visualization. That's all I want to discuss with all of you. I hope you might be feeling comfortable with it. And thank you very much for being with me in this session. Enjoy. Have a good time. Yes, Neha.
Yes, sir. So thank you so much.
नेहा,
It
thank
is
you. फायदा नहीं है अगर ये participant कुछ सीख के नहीं.
So I'm sure that participants must have learned many things from this session. And actually the way you explained that was awesome in a very simpler way. We are aware about the terms, we are about the concepts, but how Excel and how Solver can help us to simplify it in a very simpler way. That was amazing, sir.
Thank you, Neha. Thanks, everyone. And
So we have someone else also with us.
Please do practice. Without that, you may likely to forget everything what we have discussed today. So do practice.
So we'll be looking forward for you with our third phase as well.
Okay, good.
So probably the participations and even from our side that we can assure that meanwhile we'll learn the concepts so that we can perform better in that case.
Okay, good.
Gagan sir, are you there?
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Sir, so would like to welcome Dr. Gagan Bhati, Assistant Professor, IBMR IPS Academy, to extend the vote of thanks to our resource person.
Yeah, बहुत हो गया. Thank
He
you
wants
very
to say something very interesting. Gagan
much.
sir, please over to you.
Sure, madam. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, madam, and all the participants. Sir, I have been told to extend vote of thanks, but I personally feel that I would not be able, or possibly anybody would not be able to express thanks within few words about the knowledge that you have imparted with so much simplicity. I would rather say that we are fortunate enough, sir, to have you with us, because we know, sir, gathering of data from the secondary sources nowadays is not a big deal because we are having so many softwares and websites for that.
Right.
The important aspect or the point which make the difference is the presentation of the data, and here the data visualization plays a crucial role.
Yes, you are
A
right.
good
Gagan.
visualization.
You are absolutely right. That's the
Yes, sir.
challenge of the present day.
A good visualization should establish two aspects of data being presented. Number one, it shows connection within the data that are too complex to explain in words, and further, make it easier for the audience to quickly understand the information presented and outcome from the data. We are thankful to you to get us into the insight of data visualization. You rightly said, sir, in the beginning of the session that there are two things: plan and executions are equally important while doing data visualization through Excel. You beautifully explained the use of offset functions, data validation functions. It was surprising to know that by a single click, entire show of data will change dynamically based on the input provided. Being a part of audience, sir, I would say the dynamic presentation is more effective than a static presentation. Thank you so much for enlightening us with your valuable knowledge about use of slicer, pivot table, VLOOKUP, flash fill, which is an artificial intelligence tool of Excel. In the second session, although sir, both of your session has started with a classical piece of music, which was very refreshing, smoothing, and providing peace to the mind, and which was followed by the concept of portfolio analysis and portfolio risk and return using Excel sheet, concept of diversification, and there is much more to say, sir. I cannot express in few words. Thanks for being with us. It was not only the content which was fantastic in your presentation, sir. The presentation itself really very good, and the way of presentation was much more than that. मतलब सर जो आपने बताया वो तो काम का था ही,
थैंक यू
जिस
वेरी
तरह से
मच।
आपने
बहुत
बताया।
बहुत ज्यादा अप्रिसिएशन हो गया है।
अरे नहीं सर, जितना कहूँ शायद कम पड़ेगा। जो आपने बताया वो तो काम का था ही सर, पर जिस तरह से आपने सिंप्लिसिटी से बताया वो भी लर्निंग है हमारे लिए।
Sir, Gagan sir के point पे even I want to add that one should always deliver more than expected. This is what actually you had done.
So
thank you, Neha. Thank you, Gagan ji. Thank you, everyone.
thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much once again.
Enjoy. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Bye bye.
Hi, sir.
Thank you.
So participants, herein we end up with the day 5 session 2. We'll be moving forward for the next session, which will be starting by 2:45 p.m. Make sure to join the session on time. Parallelly, the feedback link for this session has been already floated on WhatsApp, and we are also going to float the same in our chat box. So to fill it up, please, there is one thing more important. Every time participants ask us that link has been closed, it is valid only for 30 minutes. After 30 minutes, automatically it will get closed. So please make sure to fill it on time. Thank you all. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.